Where's the blue screen? One just to click the three buttons. Oh wait, no. Or change layout. Just look like. I think I will check if mine is okay.
Sonia.
Mic is on.
Good morning, everyone. Can we please have some silence? Amazing. How are you all doing? Okay, I heard a whoop and a thumbs up, so I can hear that we are ready to go. Are you guys ready for the 58th National Assembly of ESN Lithuania? Amazing. To officially open the National Assembly, I would like to invite the President and the Organizing Committee for opening words.
Okay, working. Amazing. So, hello everyone, dear sections, board, guests, national agency. It's so amazing to see you all here today in this amazing summer. And yeah, so for this NA 58, I want to wish you all to make connections, get to know new people, explore, learn, and have the best fun time you ever can. So thank you so much, and I officially open this National Assembly 58. Thank you. And now we have some words from the OSC in a second. Okay. And just a read?
Wait. We can go away.
Yeah, sure. We can do the wave really fast so the blood goes and we don't lose the time. So from the city we'll start the wave and go up until the last row and then you send the wave back to us. Are you ready? A bit cringe, but you know. Okay, so the city starts.
Okay, do that again.
Okay, and then after send it back down. More energy, more passion, more energy.
Good enough.
Hello? So, on the behalf of all team, very welcome all our guests. I will try to be as brief as possible. So we're really happy to see all of you here. Here you can see all the OC volunteers, not all, but most of them. I'm Vice Head OC Sasha, this is Head OC Kirill, Rais, Ilya, and Yusuf volunteers. If you need any help, if you have any questions, look at the t-shirts. We will always help you. If you also have questions, on the back of your name tags you have the link to the agenda, and below there's the Kirill's phone number. So if you have something really urgent, just call him. Regarding the claps, we're not welcoming this here. So if you want to clap, you clap properly, as loud as possible. Let's make it a bit more fun. So I guess that's it from our side. Have a wonderful day, enjoy your time, and see you a bit later. Enjoy your presentation.
Also one more comment. So on this event we will have a safety team. So it will be one person from the national level. His name is Aslan. Aslan, can you maybe stand? Can you please stand up so people will see your face? Amazing. So yeah, if you have any kind of safety concerns or you would like to address someone from the OC, so please come to Aslan. He will help you and he will just let you know. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear President. Thank you, OC. So moving right ahead, we're going to be speaking about the rules of the National Assembly, or hence the rules of the game. So for how many of you is this your first National Assembly? How many of you have been more than 5 National Assemblies? Okay, at least a few people, so we have some experts in the room. So, what is a National Assembly? According to ESN Dictionary, a National Assembly is a meeting organized by ESN country and by extent is the country's highest deciding body, equivalent to also a national platform as in some countries. So it's basically a space where you and ESN Lithuania are gathering 3 times a year to decide on the important matters for the future of your network. The National Assembly is led by the chairing team, so that's us. So hi, my name is Ilza, and I'm going to be the main chair for your National Assembly.
My name is Sasha. I'll be the vice chair for this weekend.
My name is Anita. I'm going to be secretary.
Hello everyone. Mohammed here from ESN. Nice to meet you all. Lots of familiar faces and new faces. And I'm pretty much a secretary in the CT.
So, to discuss about your rights during this National Assembly, everyone here has the right to speak as long as you are following the proper procedures, which we will go through in the next slide. Every section has the right to vote as long as they are approved and their voting rights have not been removed. And ESN Lithuania members are the only ones that have the right to make any new proposals for the National Assembly. So, a procedural. A procedural is if you raise one finger, so everyone show me that you know how to do that. Procedural is basically a point in the agenda, a point in the National Assembly where you would like to comment on something on the agenda, make a new proposal, or whatever it is. If you raise a procedural, this can be done at any time during the National Assembly, and it automatically suspends the presentation and the speakers list, so it has the highest priority. And to do this, raise one finger, and the CT will allow you to speak. Next, we have a reaction. So this is 2 fingers. Reactions are set in relation to something that was said in a question or as an answer. It is not a space to ask an additional question, so it is basically just a comment. So for this National Assembly, we're going to be using Slido. Soon in the WhatsApp chat, you will receive all of the information from Slido. They will be open during all of the presentation, so you can start asking your questions before the presentation is finished. All of the questions have to go through here. You need to put your name and section, otherwise the question will be rejected. Also, you have to be physically present in the room to ask your question. If you're having any technical difficulties, do raise your hand and we will add you to the speakers list without being through the Slido. So, for speaking. Speaking will happen at the end of every presentation. Speak only when it is your turn. It will be in the order of the Slido. The CT will be the one who is giving you right to speak, and when you start to speak, you will say your name, your section, and then your full question. For each round, you can have a maximum of 2 questions per time. Be short, be precise. We have only limited time for the National Assembly, and if your question was already covered, state that it was covered, and we will move on to the next one. So, some more ESN gestures, because 2 is not enough. Even though jazz hands was banned, I hope that you don't start clapping in the middle of presentations. So, as our favorite mafioso likes to demonstrate, here is some jazz hands. You do this when you see something or hear something that you really liked in a presentation and in a comment and a reaction. And if anybody of the CT or anybody in the audience raises both hands, it means everybody in the room is to raise both hands and to be silent so that we can continue on. So, to go through voting, as there will be a few voting matters that we will have, ESN Lithuania follows 3 types of voting majorities. There is simple majority, which means that regardless of the votes, there needs to be more than 50% for a motion to pass. Therefore, in this case, abstains are not counted, so it is simply between yes, no, or the multiple options. Then there is absolute majority, which is where you need 50% of the total amount to pass a motion, so in this case, abstentions are counted. And then lastly, there is 2/3 majority, which in this case, you need more than 2/3 to pass a motion, and in this case, also abstentions are counted. So, let's start with our first voting round. To make sure that we can start the National Assembly, we need to check our quorum. The quorum needs to have more than 50%, as we're going by the rule of simple majority. Therefore, as Lithuania has 10 sections, at least 6 need to be present. So, are you loyal to the family? 1, yes, 2, tag, and 3, option 1. Please say the number. So, ESN, ISM?
Say the number.
Just say the number. ESN, KK? ESN, KTU? ESN, LSMU? ESN, LSU? ESN, MRU Vilnius? ESN, Vilnius Tech? ESN, VMU?
3.
ESN, Vilnius University?
3.
ESN, EHU? Not present, okay. So with this, as we have 9 sections present, we have met the quorum and are able to continue with the National Assembly. So, for the next part. For this National Assembly, we need to elect scrutinizers. Scrutinizers are essentially the people who are making sure that the voting procedures are going ahead without any issues, and also they're the ones who are counting the vote. So therefore, anybody in the audience can be a scrutinizer as long as they are a member, not a vote holder, not a candidate, or from the Audit Commission. And it has to be from 2 different sections. So would anybody like to volunteer to be the scrutinizers? Sure. Are you a vote holder?
Yeah.
Then no, you cannot. Yeah. Then come to the front. And we need 1 more. Does anybody else volunteer to? Yeah, Mark. We will now quickly put their names so that you can vote on the official question. Don't leave, come back. So, again, I will ask the question, and then you are to vote either yes, no, or abstain. So, do you approve Mark Bilses and Bruni and Thomas Maxell to be the scrutineers of this National Assembly? 1, yes, 2, no, and 3, abstain. ESN ISM?
1.
ESN KK?
1.
Vilnius, ESN Vilnius Tech, ESN VMU, ESN Vilnius University, ESN EHU. Not present. Would you like to announce the vote, dear scrutinizers?
With 9 yes, 0 abstentions and 0 no's, it is approved.
Okay, continuing on, now to approve the chairing team of the National Assembly. So, do you approve Ilse Oye, Sasha Leonovich, Anita Petendal, and Mohammed Al-Khalif to be the chairing team of ESN Lithuania's 58th National Assembly? So again, 1 yes, 2 no, and 3 abstain. So, ESN ISM? ESN KK? ESN KTU? ESN LSMU? ESN LSU? ESN MRU Vilnius? ESN Vilnius Tech? ESN VMU? ESN Vilnius University?
With 9 yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions, the chairing team is approved.
And now for the last question of this voting round before we officially start the plenaries. Do you approve the agenda for ESN Lithuania's 58th National Assembly? So this is with all of the amendments that were sent on Friday. So 1 yes, 2 no, and 3 abstain. ESN ISM? ESN KK? ESN KTU? ESN LSMU? ESN LSU? ESN MRU Vilnius? ESN Vilnius Tech? ESN VMU? ESN Vilnius University? And ESN EHU is not present.
With 9 yes, 0 abstentions, 0 no, the agenda is approved.
So thank you very much for participating in this first voting round. And with this, we can officially start the plenaries and move on to the international guest presentation, of which ESN Estonia will be the first.
Okay. Hello everyone, how are you? I'm Mark, I'm President of ESN Estonia, and it's a pleasure to be here today with you, joining your elective National Assembly. Yes. So, to give you a bit of a context, in Estonia we have 5 sections. The first one was created around the 2000s, it was ESN Tartu, and since then 4 more came. So out of 5 sections, 4 of them are in Tallinn. The first one created was ESN Tallinn. We have the president of this section here, Sasha. And eventually when the main university started growing, we had room to make new sections. And at the moment we have also ESN Talte, ESN Estonian Business School, and ESN Tallinn University. So this is the map of Estonia. Yes. As you see, all our sections are divided only into cities, because the other ones, they don't have enough international students at the moment to be able to develop more sections. But maybe at some point we will have a 6th section in Narva, in the east side of Estonia, but it's still some section. And now I will introduce you in these works. Okay, nice. The National Board. So we have me, myself, and Mark, the president. We have Simone, he's the project and events manager, and Fabienne, our vice president. But not for so long, because during our last National Assembly, we elected the new board, and their mandate will start really soon, in July. Sasha, go on. Well, not yet. These are national, yeah, one more. And apart from the board, no, go back. Now, apart from the board, we have some support structure. We have 4 coordinators at the moment. We have Taya, she's also from ESN Tallinn, she's our training coordinator. We have Ruth, our education officer. Maxim, our IT coordinator, which now will become part of the national board. And Artem is our partnership coordinator. And now, yes, this is the brand new elected board. As you see, Leila was not present the day of the picture, the day of the elections, because she's doing her Erasmus in Cyprus, but she's going to be back really soon. So next Monday you will meet all these beautiful people. Yeah. And some remarkable things that happened this year in Estonia. We proudly organized and hosted the National European Platform, which next year is going to be in Riga. It was really nice. We had more than 130 participants, not only from the north, but also Turkey this year. And I think some of you attended. And what? And as I said before, we had our National Assembly quite recently, where the new board was elected. It happened in Tallinn University, together with the Estonian Business School. Every year in Estonia we have 3 national assemblies. And as we don't have many sections, what we do to choose the organizing committee, we divide, like, each section organizes one national assembly, and the one left organizes our national training event. So every year everyone is participating in the organization of the events. And this is our training event. It's called Skillbox. It happens once a year, and its content depends on the necessities of our NO. So every year there's a consultation with the sections, we ask what they need, and this year specifically it was about leadership and problem resolving. We had also international trainers from Latvia and from Finland. It was for free for all the participants because we got a nice grant from ESN International, so I encourage you, if you want to organize this kind of events, to get funds also from ESN International or from your national agency maybe, etc. And you can go. These are some pictures of the event. It happened in Tartu. It was organized by ESN Tartu, together with the National Board, by Fabiana, our Vice President, and Taya, our training coordinator. And this is just a summary of some of the events that we do. Our sections, they have different cultural events, sports events, of course they organize parties, etc. This year we got 6 nominations in Erasmus, well, in the ESN Awards, in ESN International, and also I have to say that Tallinn was Erasmus Destination of the Year candidate, together also with the Riga. And we are very proud. Oh. Okay, cool. Yeah. And that's it. This is our social media. If you have any questions, if you want to get more information, just check or just approach me and talk to me. And that's it. Thanks a lot.
Next, I would like to invite ESN Latvia to the stage to give their international guests presentation. You can already start to put your questions in the Slido, but the countries will have a joint question round at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Hello everyone. We are from Latvia, and here we are like 5 people, and who we are. And I am Alexander. I'm from ESN Latvia, and on the next Monday I will be IT manager. The next is Ilse.
Hi, I'm Elsa. I'm currently the president of ESN Latvia, and I'll be continuing as the interim next Monday. And I'm also the global mobility coordinator at ICE.
Next is Anita.
Hi, I'm Anita. I'm treasurer of ESN Riga, and next Monday I'm going to be ESN Riga president.
The next is Akif.
Hello, I am Akif and I am an active member in ESN Riga.
name is Advait, and currently I'm an active member, and for the next mandate I will be the HR manager of ESN Riga.
The next slide is about the structure of ESN Latvia. It's quite a standard. We have a national level and a local level. And in a local level we have only 3 sections: ESN Riga, ESN Jelgava, and ESN Valmiera. Here is the current national level of ESN Latvia, but from the previous name we have elected a new one, and on the next slide will be the new board. Yes. The next slide is about our current collaborators and partners. We collaborating with the student unions in Latvia, also institutions like Social Integration Fund, via National Agency, GSPA National Agency, and the European Commission representation in Latvia. Also, we have partners with the Study in Latvia and Time Travel. Yeah. Our presence on international level, we have been represented in widely in international levels. We was in EGM, in General Assembly, on the community meetings. Yes. Next slide. The national project of this year are National Student Housing Guide. This is the collaboration with the Latvian Student Union. Also, Beyond Biases. The third one is North European Platform Latvia 2025. Also, we have Erasmus in schools. Also, in April we had National Erasmus Games. Also, ESN Baltics, and also posted through ESN Pro. Next slide. There is some also visuals of our projects, like a National Student Housing Guide, Baltic Collaboration, and the ESN Latvia Survival Guide. And there is like our social media. It looks amazing. You can scan the QR code and see them. And I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, ESN Latvia, for your presentation. And now I would lastly like to invite ESN Poland to do their international guest presentation.
Okay. Hi guys, we come from Poland, and can we go back? So my name is Ivo Sztam. I'm from ESN UE Poznań, so which is University of Economics in Poznań, and this is Veronica.
Hi, I'm Veronica Maestro, and I am from ESN which.
Okay, so and so this is ESN Poland. We have right now 27 sections. Please don't count them because on the map there's 28 because we just kicked our one section out. So please don't count them. But yeah. And on our last National Assembly, we elected our new board, which now consists of 5 people. If you're asking, the previous board had 5 people, but 2 of them resigned. So right now there were only 3 people. And 3 of them are from Warsaw, 1 is from my section, our CM, and Szymon is from Wrocław.
So now I'll tell you a little bit about my journey with ESN. So here I am. Probably I just graduated like 3 days ago from biology community meeting. And I did my Erasmus in Germany, and personally I love traveling and watching series. So I was in a new place. At the beginning it didn't click, but the second time I stayed, was the 7th or 8th edition this year. And yeah, it's a photography competition where you can take photos from all over Europe and more. And Erasmus students who are coming to Poland for their Erasmus, they can upload their pictures in 3 categories: people, discover nature, and discover architecture. And thanks to that, they can win some really nice prizes and just discover Europe better. And yeah, these are some pictures from this event.
So a little bit of my life in ESN, quick. There's a whole scenario and like the whole timeline of who I became. So from local representative, which opened up immensely in the national level and even in the international level, I went on to be a local vice president. Then I went to the national level with the training team and also education and youth team. And then I attended Educate Starter with Aslan, by the way, and shout out. And this absolutely changed me. It's a really, really cool event, and I went on to become an Acticom and NEC member in ESN International. And right now, it's not yet official, but I've already done my hours for becoming a facilitator in ESN Education. Privately, I'm an audit and controlling student on the University of Economics. I really love mountain climbing, meditation and peace is something that I really love. And activities enjoyer, I just like to do things. It's not, I don't want to write, oh, I go to the gym or something like that. I do a lot more. I just love to do a lot of stuff. And ESN for me is really, really amazing. It's literally my second family. And yeah, these are just some photos. On the right is Educate Starter with a couple of my friends, and on the left, of course, being local representative. And of course, ESN for me is meeting new people. That's why I volunteered here. I just came here to meet new people because it's amazing and I love it. And I didn't bring my mascot because unfortunately right now we have a training event in my local section. I'm really sad to not be there, but it's okay. And it's a croissant because in my city we have a traditional croissant that's made out of a couple of traditional things. So whenever you're in Poznan, absolutely try it. And we send warm greetings to you all from ESN Poland. This is a photo from our last National Assembly, the elected one, when we did our board. And yeah, thank you so much.
I would like to invite back the other 2 representatives so we can have a joint question round for our lovely international guests. So here you can put your codes and put any questions, and we have 10 minutes. Could you please let us know if someone's writing a question currently? Also, while you're writing, if you're about to ask a question, please raise your hand if you know you're next so that the lovely volunteer can find you. How was your journey to? How was your journey to Lithuania?
For some reason the flights from Poland are so expensive, we just took a first class yesterday.
Is anyone still currently writing? Okay, we have people writing.
Is anyone still standing?
Okay, we have our first question from Yulia. Reminder to say your name and section before you announce your question.
Okay, Yulia is Albania. So basically we have so many sections and I bet there are good collaborations to share. So maybe there's some collaborations examples you have in mind with sections or with national agency or anything like this. Thank you.
To one section or all?
I mean, general, what pops in your brain?
finish this one.
Sorry. Okay. So for local sections, some good practices that we do in Estonia is every semester during the Welcome Week, we organize several events. So it's like a big workload for all our sections. So what we do is we divide more or less the job of organizing the different events. And instead of having like 5 different events or 4 different events from 4 sections, we have one event for all the students and one is organizing and also the others are helping. This is an example. We organize many collaborations, also the parties, like the welcome parties, the farewell parties are organized together with all the sections from the same city. Of course, I'm talking about Tallinn, because Tartu they are alone. And for example, in terms of national agency, what we do with them, we invite them every time to join our National Assembly, and usually they give a presentation about different topics that may be interesting for our members. And also from this year, we also collaborate with the national event, and next year it will be partially or maybe totally funded by them.
So in Poland, because we have so many sections in different cities, so during a night we just meet each other, and I think we have a lot of collaborations. Thanks to that, for example, I don't know, like our 2 sections collaborated not so long ago for a training and integration trip, which we are organizing. Every section is organizing them, I think, quite frequently. I think twice a year, but it depends on the section. And what else? Yeah, especially when it comes to showing around Erasmus people, we are, for example, writing to a section that is in Krakow, and we're saying, are you going to, do you have any plan to, I don't know, show them around? And they usually say yes, and it's a collaboration like this. Yeah.
Okay. As instructed by my IT manager, I will take this question. On the local level, what I can say, the best corporations, we have started to do a lot of section corporations, and the National Board to support this has made ESN causes grant, has made section corporation grants, so we're trying to make it more accessible financially for sections to work together. I know we're small, but we still want to make sure that they have the opportunity and that the National Board is supporting them in this. On the national level, we are working very closely, for example, with the National Student Union, which Alex mentioned. We did the National Student Housing Guide together in cooperation with all sections of ESN Latvia and all universities of Latvia in general. So it was a really, really big major cooperation. Locally and nationally, we're working very closely with our national agencies, our municipalities, and our IROs. So if you have any questions generally how to strengthen your collaborations, you can reach to me after. Our next question is to Victoria from ESN BMU.
Yeah, so my question was...
Name and section.
Okay, ESN BMU. Victoria. Okay, so my question was for ESN Latvia, if you have sections at all 3 levels, at universities, cities, and national, and how does it operate?
Hi, I'm back. Thanks. So ESN Latvia is kind of an interesting situation. It's both. We have currently city sections. However, every city has only one university with the exception of ESN Riga. So ESN Riga is the only true city section, whereas the other ones are both directly tied to one city and one university. Because Riga is the only one with multiple universities. Okay. Next question goes to Aslan.
Okay, so as a national mark, could you explain a bit about the MOOCs? Like, since you said it's a training event, just briefly, what does it take to hold a training event like this?
Yeah, so like in terms of capacity, it's pretty similar, I would say, as your assembly right now. It's a 2-day event full of workshops. So for that, you need to contact Educate, for example, as an international to get trainers. Of course, you need some funds. You need to provide accommodation for the people, food. And then, of course, if you have some partners or sponsors to help organizing, then, of course, we have an organizing committee. We have specifically one position in the coordinators that takes care, basically, of this. Like, we have Taya, she's the main organizer, and together with our vice president, they managed everything. And then, with the organizing committee, which is also the section, in this case, Dosias and Tartu, they make everything. And everything, every year, we have different topics, like one year was communication, we have finances, this year was leadership.
And last question to Julia.
Okay, so Julia Somfeya, any educational field initiatives? Basically, what do you do with education? Is there any initiatives you do, collaborations again? Maybe how do you put a spotlight on the education factor? Thank you.
So for ESN Latvia, education was not a huge priority up till my mandate because we just had low capacity on the national board. However, this year we really have done a lot. For example, we strengthened all of our collaborations with our stakeholders, and with our national agency we are now in talks for some bigger projects, however, that I will not share right now. Our biggest cooperation that we did in ESN currently was the National Student Housing Guide, as I already mentioned. It was a really, really big project, and now it has also been publicized in a lot of places. This project was aimed to specifically support international students with housing, which is one of the biggest issues Erasmus students are currently facing. On the local level, often we do a lot of trainings and seminars to support on any education initiatives as needed for the city and the students.
In our case in Estonia, this year it didn't happen much because we got an educational officer pretty late. But in local level, we have ESN Tallinn that they have Erasmus school and they are pretty active. And in local level also we have buddy programs in most of the sections, which also help students every year. And that's it.
So we have a design position in basically all our local sections. That's called LEO, so Local Education Officer. So these people help all Erasmus students locally because, of course, they're going to know a lot more about their city when it comes to problems with housing or problems with university. And most of the problems our students face are, for example, with university to, move a subject or move something. And these people are always in very good contact with the International Relations Office. So that, and in education and youth team in ESN in Poland, on the national level, we also do some campaigns, but mostly about very general stuff, not really like, oh, okay, do this in this city, because we have the local people there. Thank you.
I will very quickly add something because Mark reminded me about Erasmus in schools. ESN Latvia also does an Erasmus in schools, and what we implemented this year at the national level is that we set aside a budget of, I believe, 300 euros that either the Erasmus in schools team or sections can apply to, which is aimed specifically to promote Erasmus in cities outside of where there's sections, so more rural areas.
Yes, in Poland also do Erasmus in schools.
Is there any more questions currently being written? In that case, okay. With this last question, I propose to close the speakers list after you write it. Does anybody object? No objections, so Marina has the last question.
Hello, my name is Marina. I'm from ESN BMU. And my question is regarding mentioning collaboration between ESN Latvia and ESN Finland. Was it about invited? I was just wondering how maybe you can talk a little bit more in details about it, how you agree on collaboration, how was actually happened, like offline, online, and all this stuff. Thank you.
So I will answer as best as I can. However, if you have more questions, I can direct you to my education officer, as she was specifically in charge. And this project started before I was on the national board, so I don't have the full grasp. So basically, the ESN Latvia, ESN Finland cooperation started between two friends, my education officer and at their time, vice president of ESN Finland. They decided to do a training event, which they got a grant for. ESN Latvia managed the logistical aspects, and ESN Finland managed most of the, let's say, the sessions and the workshop content, as far as I'm aware. And they did the collaboration mostly online. It was decided between designated people, and the collaboration is planned to continue. We just don't yet know in what kind of capacity. But if you have more questions, write to me, and I will reach out to my education officer. international guests. You guys can take a seat.
Thank you so much.
And now I would like to invite Sarah from ESN from Time Travels.
This is a brag, just in case we run out of time.
I also have a request from the secretaries to please be a little bit slower when you ask your questions and answer. They were looking at me with evil eyes, and they're also asking this of everybody else. So, you have 45 minutes. The camera is here.
Thank you.
And Sasha's changing the slides.
Thank you, Sasha. First of all, this time it's not just me, Saurabh. We also have Akva. She's actually from Lithuania, but we'll get to the introduction later. Time travels, or ESN time travels apparently. Thank you, ESN Latvia. How many of you have heard about time travels? Somebody who have never heard about time travels? Good. Our job is easy. You know pretty much everything there is to know. Great. So time travels, we will get into all the details. If you have any questions, make sure you kind of save it, because I have a chocolate from Pazzo, one of the best chocolate companies in Finland. So make sure you save the question and you can ask at the end. Well, I prefer it during the presentation, but we have to follow the city's rules, so save it for the last. Let's start with the introduction, and Akva, later.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Akva, or Akvilina in full, and I am a tour coordinator slash communication team member in the Time Travels. And what I do in my job is I make sure you guys are all in the right buses. You get the place in the cottage, in the bed, and so yeah, also all the traveler info in one place. So I make sure that you get all the emails that are meant to be for preparational, and so that you know which bus to enter and where to sign up for the accommodation. Yes, and also as my colleague mentioned, I'm working in Gomez, and yeah, so also I really like working here because what I wrote here, my motto is fresh air solves everything. I really believe that. So when there's a break, go outside and enjoy the sun a little bit. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
Hi, Akva. Well, me, I am the partnership manager, and I have been the partnership manager for lovely ESN Lithuania. Then we have our beautiful partner here, ESN Latvia, ESN Poland. We have to get to know each other, by the way. I was telling to my colleague, I don't know both of them. It's not okay. We should meet. But we'll do that, and I'm also the partnership manager for some of the local Finnish ESN sections as well. I started my journey as in a different company, well, our mother company. Then time happened, too many things happened in between, and 5 years later, I'm in this role as a partnership manager. So I've been in the company for long enough, let's say. But this is not the hint that I'm leaving the company. I'm still with you guys. Then, if I'm not working, I am either bouldering or traveling or hiking. Somebody mentioned earlier, somebody was the mountain lover from Poland, I believe. Great. We're going to have to talk again. Next slide, please. All right, so just as well, pretty much you should already know, but still I'm going to touch a little bit on what we do. Time travels, we're doing majority of the thing that we do is around student trip, but that's not it. We also have other trips to young adults especially, and then tailor-made groups, and fan trips to the event. Were you guys following the ice hockey, the World Championship recently? No? Yes? Okay, some nodding. All right. Yeah, so Time Travels was actually working with IMT, it's a local company from Finland. We hosted, was it 1,600, 1,700 people from Finland to, it was in Stockholm. We had 2 nights included with few of the games. So this is also something we have been doing, but this is for, let's say, Finnish customer only, not for you guys unfortunately, not yet at least. Next slide. And yeah, as I mentioned before, we also have some data companies. Time Travels is growing old. We have our Arctic Club cabins, we have incoming, Time Travels incoming, that's where I started from. Then we also have the Husky Farm. As I have been telling you this story, how much we have been struggling to find the right partner, and then we decided to start our own Husky Farm. So that's there. And we also have a DMC, Destination Managing Company in Saariselkä. Next slide. And yeah, so again, Time Travels is growing, as you see. We are having new partners every now and then. More recently, we have a new partner from Finland. It's the biggest student organization from Finland. It's Samo. We have partnered with them. Then ISIC. Have you guys heard of it? Great. So they are our new partners starting this year, actually. So if you go to their website, you'll also find Time Travels there. Next slide. Right. So as you know, our signature trip is to Lapland. How many have you been to Lapland? I saw some group leaders on my trip. I remember you guys. Great. How was the trip? Good? Energy? Good. All right. Yeah, so that's our signature trip, but still, we have quite a lot of other trips. We recently started Zakopane with our lovely partner in Poland as well. This is the second year. We're going to go there. It's a weekend trip, but we have ski and some hiking included. One of the best trips I did with Time Travels, by the way. It was so cool. We're going to do it again. That's something we have. Then also the Baltic countries. What we have, we start from Finland or Estonia, and we go around to all three Baltic countries. The capital of it, also very good trip. Then we have some other smaller trips. Norway is something that we started with ESN Latvia, then to Lithuania as well, but we're going to talk about that later. So Iceland as well, and this is pretty much what we have so far. But if you guys have some awesome, cool ideas from local section, doesn't have to come from the national board. If you have some ideas, feel free. You can reach out to me. If you don't have my contact number, I'll share it later. Saariselkä, one of my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful destinations. I love going to Saariselkä, one of my best places to go anywhere in this world. What do we have there? So this is in Lithuania. You guys have trips to Saariselkä and Vaasatoka. We're going to touch briefly to both of those. So what we're going to do there is we're going to have a stop at Santa Claus Village because, well, we have to brag that Santa Claus is from Finland and nobody else can brag about it. So we have to have this stop, but it's a quick stop. We are not going to, guide you around Santa Claus Village for sure. Then we cross the Arctic Circle, which sounds really magical, but sorry to break into you, there is a line that says Arctic Circle. You just have to jump. That's it. Still, it's good for people who have in the bucket list. And we have some hikes. The accommodation is best in Saariselkä as well. You have the saunas there, so after a long day of activity, you go to the sauna, then go out of the cottage, you have a pile, 2 meters of snow, you just jump there. One of the best things that you can do again. So that's something really beautiful from Saariselkä. But yeah, we have all the activities, all the classic winter activities, cross-country skiing. Then we have snowshoeing, husky safari, ice skating, and Arctic Ocean. Arctic Ocean is my best, by the way. So from Saariselkä, you're driving to Norway, then you're gonna go and jump to the Arctic Ocean. After the sauna, there is our sauna, one of the best things I have ever done. Have you guys, any of you guys have done it? I can see some smile when I'm explaining, so I know there are a few people who actually have been there. Awesome. Was it good? Yeah. Nice. Next slide. Well, there is actually a small video on it, so we can play it. The other video is from our college.
Hello, boy. I'm Karkki. Welcome to Arctic Club Cabins. Here we have a beautiful cozy kitchen for all your lappies.
cooking. And then here we have a bedroom for 2 persons, and this we have 2. Then we continue to our beautiful, lovely living area, some sofas that you can chill out with your friends, and we also have the fireplace for your own fire. Then we continue up here. We have a big bedroom for 4 persons. Super nice. We obviously say best to the last, so welcome to our Arctic spa and welcome to our sauna. Okay, so what do you think? Would you like to stay here?
So it's one of the best guide what we have since Kafka. Amazing guide. If you go to Sarasota, you'll find it there. And other destination that we have is Vastoka. The only difference that is with this destination is it's more on, I don't know, a bit rural area in a way, so you're really close to nature. If you don't want to go to bar, if you just want to relax for about a week, not worrying to go about, go to the bar, party, just getting connected to nature, then Vastoka is your option. Yes, in Lithuania, have been going there for, I don't know, few years, and they just love it, so we still have it for you guys. Next slide. Lofoten. This is new for us. So, of course, to finish section, we have been having trips to Lofoten for such a long time, but we tested with ESN Latvia. It went pretty good. For the first year, we got a bus full of students, so we thought maybe we should try out to ESN Lithuania as well. And guess what? People loved it. Like, we don't expect that people actually fly from Lithuania. They start this trip from Finland, but, well, we almost had a bus full from you guys as well. So, well, clearly it's a popular destination. And why not? I have been there myself like 11 times. 2 times with time travels, rest. Every summer I try to go, from Finland. It's not too far in Finnish term. It's just like, I don't know, 2,000 kilometers, so it's not too much. So we take a road trip from Helsinki to Lofoten pretty much every summer with my friends. One of the best destinations to go for sure. This was actually the first, the first time I saw the midnight sun. This is what I did, and the picture is still in my head. It's just so magical, and I don't know. I can tell enough about Lofoten for sure. One of the best places to go. And what can you do there? Well, of course, Norway is all about hiking, the awesome sceneries. So that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna have our awesome guides there. You're gonna go on hikes. You're gonna do some sea kayak and other adventures as well. So that's for you. Looks like we're kicked out. So how is the weather?
A little bit better than the last couple of days.
Nice, yes. Yeah, people tell me wherever I go, I bring the sunshine with me. Like Lofoten as well, we did the same last year. So thank you. That was a little bit of bragging, but it's okay. Alright, yeah, so talking about the trips, there are your dates. If you don't yet know, these are the dates that we have already confirmed with our awesome coordinator of May. And then the sales opens on 25th of August, save the date, and at 10, British time, well, same with Lithuania. And there is €10 early bird discount until 1st of September. So if there is any, I don't know, local section which is starting later than 1st of September, then we can always move the date to, I don't know, a few days later, but that's by default. The early bird discount is until 1st of September. Save it, because people want to know later. People will ask you when it's the early bird expiring, so you have it there. Also on the website, of course, on the trip, it also mentions there. Next slide, please. Yes, so with ESN Lithuania, what have we achieved so far? I think with ESN Lithuania, our partnership has been doing great. We have been, at least sales-wise as well, and in terms of communication as well, we have been doing really good. So I really want to thank Sugme there. What we have done is, as you see, sales record from the last year, it speaks for itself. all of you guys did your work to make sure that happened, so thanks to all of you. Big round of applause to you guys. And yeah, going back to the slide, we started, can you go back? Yes, thank you. So we started the new destination as mentioned before, Lofoten, and I also wanted to take this time to say something to my lovely contact person, if you can come here with me, thank you. So what Umi has done is it's really nice. Like, she has been wonderful in terms of communication. If I drop her a message, I don't know, in the evening, in the morning, I don't recommend working in the evening, by the way, but still, the fact that she answers me anytime with all the time positive response is so great. It really helps to build a relationship between two different companies. So I really want to appreciate her and thank her for everything she has done. I'm sure you guys echo the same thing. So thank you, May, for this. You have been great. Thank you. Now we can go to the next one. Anybody here works for the communication team or social media team? One hand. Good. Do you, I can be now personal, do you know about the Time Travel's website for partners?
Yes.
Good, that was the only right answer. So in case somebody else wants to use as well, if you can click. So that's the website what we have for partners, Time Travel's partners.timetravels.fi. And there is the password, you can also scan. What we have there is if you can click, one more time, thank you. So we have all the destinations there and the content for your social media. We know that you guys are super busy, you have work going on, you have studies going on, so we don't want to give you one more task to do. So we have all the videos, all the stories for social media, photos, whatever you want is everything there. And also I have been receiving this question quite a lot, like what is the color code of Time Travels? How do we use the logo? Can I cut the logo? And this is quite an important question because many of our section we have been working for, I don't know, 5 years, don't yet to know the spelling of Time Travel. So for every that kind of question, you have the brand book there if you just log in there. So everything you need about Time Travels, it's there. And we have been trying to update it as much as possible, of course. Next slide. Yeah, something again I love to brag about is how wonderful our trips are. If I was not working for Time Travels as well, I would definitely have one trip per year at least with Time Travels for sure, because I know how awesome the guys there are, and I know how much of effort from the office team, from the destination team, we put into to make sure this is a lifetime experience for you. We value every euro you have spent, so this is something I have seen from inside and outside, the outcome and the input that we have been doing. So, and that has been recognized by our customers as well. As you see, like we are 4.9 out of 5 rated in pretty much all the platform, and well, of course, TripAdvisor we are 5 out of 5 there. So this is quite something what we have been doing, and it's not easy, as you know. Like if you have some startup or if you have run a project, it's not easy to get so many people, have the same echoing voice about something. So having 20,000, about actually 18,000 plus, but not close to 20,000, about 18,000 customers who are traveling with us, and if they want to give us this 5 or 4.9 rating, that really speaks for itself. So this is something we are really proud of. Next slide, please. And yeah, same thing, like in text, there's a lot of work. You don't need to read that, it will take some time. So in short, what they're saying is, one of the best times in their life, they enjoyed everything, our guides are awesome, so just letting you know what we have been, how we have been doing things. Your students speak for themselves. Next slide, please. This is more for the national board. What's next? Confirming the dates? Done. Sales opening dates? Done. As said before, your coordinator or contact person is quite efficient, so we have already done both. And then promotion, of course, is coming. That once the trip is on sales, or even before that, you can start the promotion. Then, yeah, I would also like to take this moment to reveal something. We're gonna have a great TEET. TEET is Time Travel Educational Event for you guys. Well, not all of you. Unfortunately, we cannot take all of you, but some of you, let's say. You guys are going to Lapland next 2026. We're going to take at least one person from each section, and we're going to talk about time travels more. If you haven't had enough about me talking about time travels, we're going to do more. But yeah, this is also time to get to know each other, to know people from Finland, to know people from other sections. So it will be kind of like, getting together event. So it's not going to be too much hectic schedule with, time travels talking about time travels. But it's going to be for you guys to enjoy and kind of like, retreat to yourself, basically. And this is special in the sense because time travels, it's going to be 20 years next year. So it's a long, long journey for us. So I really recommend, whoever I'm going to invite to please be on this event. I'm sure you're going to love it. And yeah, after that comes the paying commission, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you this. You all know everything about the commission, so let's go to the next one. All right, so we also have prepared a small Kahoot session for you, and my dear colleague Atwa is going to host it for you, so get ready with your smartphone.
Yeah, I think you all know how to use Kahoot, or do you need a reminder?
Should we remind that we also have a gift?
Yes, we also have a gift to make it more interesting and more competitive for you. First 3 places will be awarded, so it's good to try your best.
Here is the motivation.
That's amazing, so many of you.
Anybody still waiting to join? All right.
Anyone else sign up? Okay.
Somebody's saying. If you actually click on the scan code, it will actually enlarge. Maybe that's why they are taking some time. Yeah.
All good? Good to go?
Okay.
Oh, one more. Okay. Is everyone in?
Great.
Great. Then let's begin. Here comes the first question. How to spell our company name correctly? It's an easy one. I bet everyone knows.
Let's have a private conversation if somebody gets this one wrong. All right. It doesn't look like it's going to be a private time anymore, but okay. Not bad, not bad.
Yes, time travels is one word with S on the end. Good job, Eva. How many different nationalities work in time travels? Yes, there are a lot of us. Mark takes the lead. Why has time travel chosen the northernmost destinations in Lapland? Of course.
Nice, good job.
Good job, Mark. Finland has 5.5 million population and there is one sound per. Yeah, Finns really love their sauna. Hello, Marina. Good to see you on the scoreboard. What is the annual event that Time Travels has for its partners? Is it meet or seek or dent or eat?
Oh wow. I guess we are going back to Finland with this. Ah, nice.
Great. Yes, of course it's eat. Nice to know that almost everyone knows the right answer.
Captain Levy. Huh.
In 1986, 60% of the Reindeer population was slaughtered because of yeah, it was a tragedy not only for the humans but for animals as well. How much less CO2 per passenger a charter bus emits compared to an airplane? 5 times less. Hop on the bus, people. How many words are there for snow or ice in sign language? Yeah, about 300. So it's the same as Lithuanians have about the rain. Active state in the lead. Which of the slug of breeds is known for the blue eyes? Of course, this is really an husky. Which is Time Travel's biggest Lapland destination by volume? Sarasota is the most popular destination, and you'll know it. Is it true or false that besides amazing feedback, our guys also get marriage proposals from a traveler? Of course, true. They're so amazing that people want to marry them.
Like after every season we read out all the feedbacks, and you don't know how much detailed of this description there are, about this particular guide all the time.
How many free group leader spots did ESN Lithuania have last spring? For Sarasota and among these destinations, ESN Lithuania has never been to. Well, you should know, because you're there. Yes, it's Iceland, but who knows, maybe someday, next season maybe. What is Finland's official nickname? Is it the Ice of Lindo, or Land of Thousand Rivers, or Land of Thousand Lakes, or Snow Nordic? Yes, it is a Land of Thousand Lakes, because, well, it speaks for itself. Finland has a lot of them. Sonia takes the lead. What animal is most associated with Lapland? Elk, husky, moose, or reindeer? Of course, reindeer, some best friends and helpers. Well, speaking about Santa, where can you visit Santa Claus all year round? Vasakoka, Tromsø, Rovaniemi, or Sarasota? It's Rovaniemi.
On the way to Saariselkä lies Rovaniemi.
In which country are the Lofoten Islands located? Finland, Norway, Sweden, or Iceland? Norway is, yes, one of the most known islands in Norway. What's the shared currency of most Nordic countries? Is it euro, krone, Nordic dollar, or is there no shared currency? Yes, all the Nordic countries have different currencies. The fight is strong, and this is the last question. How far is Saariselkä from the Arctic Circle? It is roughly 250 kilometers away. And that was our last question, and here we have the scoreboard. Sonia
Next time you'll get that correct. Don't worry, in Latvia as well, I'm going to have pretty much the same questions anyways. So if we have time, okay, good. Oh, this is great. We have time. So we'll play this video. It's like 1 or 2 minutes, just to highlight some platform.
Welcome to Saturday, where each sunset leads you to your true north.
You leave the nature as is, and that is perfectly fine and allowed. First, it's super normal in the culture to go out and enjoy that nature here in Finland. We're loving to see that the kid is definitely out.
So once in a lifetime opportunity, how often are you all their devotion?
Clouds are the biggest enemy of the northern lights, so you want to find clear starry sky to be able to see the north horizon. That's normally where the northern lights starts to appear down from.
Top speed of rain there, 8 kilometers.
You run them up, and you find the ones we are trying to bring back here.
So we have some field play, sledding, skating, enjoying the view.
At our farm, we take the huskies home about every day. Try not to take one moment, and do not how many they have to take one moment.
So this was not your game. This is our sport. Then you move yourself like this.
5 seconds truly dance with memories last forever on your true north.
Sometimes the reality is way too good than a video. First, I have to say so. You have to go and experience what it is really. Just some magical thing. We don't have many things, but just the quick ones left. Unless we can watch it again. Oh yeah, well, already time for questions. If you have any, the chocolates are waiting for you.
For the question round, again, we will be using the exact same Slido. So please scan your questions. We have around 8 minutes left, so raise your hand when you are on the list.
This is great.
Is anyone currently typing a question?
Oh wow.
There is a question.
Good, thank you. 2 chocolates for you.
So how was your trip to Lithuania?
It was great. I arrived yesterday, first to Vilnius, then I took the train to Kaunas. It's beautiful. It's always hard to tell, like, do I like the city more or Engelman, but, you know. But still, it's a beautiful place to be, and it was great. When did you arrive? This morning. Ah, still have a lot of energy. Nice.
So we have our first question. Moving forward, please write your full name and section into the Slido, otherwise the question will not be accepted. For now it's okay, but moving on.
Is there like a
Name
natural
and section.
Ivo Stam, is there like a natural ceiling and to the scale of the trips? Because I always thought of the trip like, okay, they're as they are right now. Are you planning to scale them and make them bigger and bigger, better and better, or is there like a natural ceiling?
That's a great question. So when it comes to existing trip, first we had one destination in Lapland, but as you see now it's growing to multiple. It's because we respect, especially in Finland, I'm sure it's a very Nordic thing as well, if not global, we respect nature so much that we don't want to overcrowd the nature itself. So we kind of are dispersing ourselves to multiple locations so that we don't, kind of burden one particular nature spot. So in that sense, we were first dispersing around Lapland, but in terms of other trips, we have been exploring the ideas, whatever is best for you guys. For instance, as mentioned before, Zakopane is one new project that we have. So if there's something that you guys want us to take care of, we'll try, but that doesn't mean that we'll put our hands on pretty much every destination here, locally available. We don't want to do that because our expertise still lies in the northern part, so we want to keep this expertise there. And when it comes to improvement, we do quite a lot of work just to improve on trips every year. So the trips, if you were with us in 2017 versus today, it's a whole different trip. Price is not, as you see, price has not changed so much because we want to make sure it's for the students, and we want to value, want to bring more value, not just making the trip expensive, despite all the inflation and whatever going on to this world. But again, we try to manage the quality or make it positive, make a positive impact every single trip, every next trip, so that you will value whatever you are spending your time and money on.
Thank you.
That was a long answer, but I hope you got it.
Next question, Mark.
Mark, in Estonia, I think it's partially covered already.
Thank you.
But it's time to start thinking about any specific future destinations for trips.
Well, pretty much covered as you said, but again, if you have some ideas, feel free to always share, because we also want to explore some local destination. Again, might not be fully our expertise on that destination. With this Zakopane trip as example as well, we involved ESN Poland as much as possible, because they were having the trip way before time travel started, but they wanted us to have this trip. So even during this time, we used the know-how, we used the knowledge, and accordingly we kind of like split how the, well, speaking about money, financial aspect as well, we kind of split on that sense because we value the effort that you guys are putting into.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who's currently writing a question? If not, in that case, I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No? Oh, there's an objection. Yeah, go for it.
ESN KTU. So my question is, yes, what's your top 3 destinations like up to now in terms of how much people sign up?
Right, so in terms of volume, I think Saariselkä is the best. In terms of volume, in terms of quality, then, well, pretty much all the destinations that we have, Vaasatoka, Kilpisjärvi, like the inclusions that we have, the guide that we have, the level or the quality that we have is pretty much the same. But just speaking in terms of volume, Saariselkä I think is the biggest, then Kilpisjärvi. Now I think Lofoten is quite growing. For the last 2-3 years, Lofoten is growing quite rapidly. So I think I will have to put Lofoten in the 3rd place. Again, talking about the volume. In terms of quality, the inclusions are completely different. If we are talking about, Lapland trip versus Baltic trip, completely 2 different things. So we cannot have head-to-head, but just speaking of the volume, Saariselkä, Kilpisjärvi and Lofoten. Thank you for your great question.
Okay, once again, is there anybody else writing any questions? If not, I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No? The speakers list is closed. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My contact details is there, so this.
I'm so happy that you traveled all the way here to Kaunas to be in our assembly. So here's some sweets from Lithuania.
This is so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Give me a hug. Thank you, of course, anytime. Thank you for your good questions. Thank you for the gift, and I am grateful. We are grateful that you guys actually invited us to this event. As said, I love this country. I love coming here, seeing you guys in person. It's always kind of give me reasons to go for more than what we have to do. So just I love how we are doing things, and let's just continue from there. And thank you for having us here. Here's my contact details if you guys want to reach out with some cool ideas, or just if you guys are just visiting Finland, please feel free to write to me. I'm sure I can organize something for you in Helsinki. Just feel free. We have our office there. I'll take you to some lunch place. I'll feed you. I'll take care of you basically. So feel free to reach out to me in that sense as well. And again, thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. You made the CT very happy. You finished exactly on time in 45 minutes. So
oh, wow.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yay. I'll make CT happier.
Now I would like to invite the lovely Inessa from the Education Exchange Support Foundation to give a presentation.
So she will change the slides for you, and here's the camera. You will have to
Okay, fine. Okay, so hi, hello, and on my slide it is written from ESN to NA. So it is not from ESN to the National Assembly, but it is from ESN to National Agency. Now I work and represent the National Agency of Lithuania, so I'm here to represent my organization I'm working at. But before I begin, I want to tell you that I am Inessa, and I am an alumni of ESN. So in 2012, I went to Poznan in Poland for my Erasmus. So greetings to Poznan. And I pretty much know those croissants from Poznan because they are really heavy and they are so tasty. So I have to ask you to bring one for me. But unfortunately, I didn't know that I would be here. And in 2013, please click, I joined ESN MRU Vilnius, so is there? Yes, so it was a long time ago, but maybe you can find my photos somewhere in old photos. Let's move on, and of course, after being a part of ESN MRU Vilnius, I wanted to do something more for ESN and for students. So I joined the national board of ESN Lithuania, and I was an NA, so national NR, national representative. So you don't have such position now for probably 5 or more years, probably, but it was the best position at the national board. So maybe one day we will return it. So I'm so happy that at the time I was at the National Board of Lithuania. Together with my national board, we did several huge events. So we did a few national platforms, of course. Now you call it National Assembly, so I'm that old to call it national platform. My first platform was at Vilnius University, I think in 2013 or something, so greetings to Vilnius University. Now I know that you're doing great, but at the time when I was, we were struggling with you a little bit, so good progress. Let's move on, and at the time when I was at the national board, we were a part of TEP, we call it TEP, now you're in NEP. right? I don't know, is it better or no, but we were like discussing should we move to NEP again, because Lithuania was at the NEP, then at CEP, and then now again at the NEP. Probably like it is like that. Sorry?
Wise decision.
Wise decision. Okay, but in 2017 or 16, I don't know, we had CEP in Lithuania, and it was really, really great. And the last click, and we did NBM, and I know that we still have NBM. I thought no, not anymore. National Boards Meeting.
Yes. Local boards meeting.
Local.
LBM. No.
Okay, sorry for being that old, but for me it is NBM still. And we had NBM in Klaipėda, and it was really trendy to have a national platform and any kind of event by the sea. So please make Klaipėda alive again and organize events there. Please support them. Okay, so now enough about funny and nice stuff which I could represent for many minutes. But I am here to represent Lithuanian National Agency. So we call it shortly NA, as you call it National Assembly, NA, but in my sense it will be a national agency. And the full name of National Agency of Lithuania is Educational Exchanges Support Foundation. Quite a long name, maybe you know it better in Lithuanian, Švietimo mainų paramos fondas. Maybe you have heard about it, yes. So we are located in Vilnius, in Alley of Roses. If you don't know this street, please check on Google Maps. So we have really nice place in the old town of Vilnius. So let's click. Now I work at the higher education department. I'm a project manager responsible for Erasmus project, Key Action 171. It won't tell you anything, but anyway, if you would like to know more, please approach me. So as I don't have a lot of time, I will try to keep short my presentation. I would like to cover a few things. I would like to represent the national agency shortly. Then I would like to tell you how many agencies we have in Lithuania, and shortly about Erasmus Plus program, and then about the cooperation possibilities between ESN and the National Agency of Lithuania. So each Erasmus program country has a national agency, an institution which is responsible for the management of Erasmus Plus program. So in Lithuania there are two national agencies, and the one I am representing is responsible for providing information on Erasmus Plus program, providing and reallocating funds for higher education institutions, supporting applications and applicants, mentoring and evaluating Erasmus Plus program, and working with other national authorities and European Commission. And of course, we're promoting Erasmus Plus program. So shortly, national agency is an institution between European Commission and higher education institutions, which you are representing as well. So we are in between. So as I mentioned, there are two national agencies in Lithuania. So the one I am representing is LT01, so Educational Exchanges Support Foundation, and the second one is responsible for youth exchanges. Our national agency, LT01, it is not only responsible for Erasmus Plus program, but it's also responsible for many other projects, so state scholarships, internships, which are happening in Lithuania or outside Lithuania. Also, we have Nord Plus program and Europass and Twinning, so many other programs. So LT01, it is not only about Erasmus, but about many other projects as well. So I just wanted to show you how the national agency looks on the scheme. So here you can see, please click a little bit. My my department. It is a higher education mobility project unit, but as you see, we have many departments, so we're not only dealing with Erasmus Plus. Please. So higher education mobility project, so there are two biggest projects of Erasmus Plus program, so there are codes, 131, so it is intra-European mobility, and 171, it is mobility for all Europe. So raise your hand if you've been on Erasmus already. Okay, and please raise your hand if you've been on Erasmus outside Europe. Where? Thailand. Okay, so as you see, Erasmus Plus program, it is not only in Europe anymore, and your universities, your colleges, they have grants for Erasmus Plus mobility outside Europe as well. And I know that ESN is also expanding. It is not only Europe located anymore, and that's really good sign. So the future, now we are building the future of Erasmus, because we will have a different, not different, but a new period of Erasmus Plus. So the future is that Erasmus will be everywhere. And you can learn new words of the countries. Even like I didn't know that there is a Tuvalu somewhere, but it exists, and it is also a possibility you can go there on Erasmus, so crazy. Okay, let's move on. And so we have also state scholarships, so it is mainly grants supported not by European Commission, but by Lithuanian state budget. So there are different ways how you can get a state scholarship. So if you're interested, please also check. You can check Study in Lithuania webpage to get more information. So Agency of Youth Affairs, it is the second national agency in Lithuania. So they also have their own project, but they are more focused on youth. So if you are interested in some different projects for you, so you can still apply. Me, probably not. Okay. About Erasmus in Lithuania, is it still some kind of trend to speak about Erasmus babies and so on? Still, yeah. So therefore I have this picture, because when I was in the national board, there was a huge article about Erasmus babies and so on, so it is still a topic. Okay. So why Erasmus is written in the way that it is plus or not? So was Erasmus with the plus all the time? Was there Erasmus program with the plus all the time? Yeah. No, there was just Erasmus. So I went on Erasmus, but there are people who went not even on Erasmus. So we can skip this. I wanted to show you the periods of Erasmus Plus program. So now we have Erasmus Plus. But before there was Erasmus, and the beginning was Leonardo da Vinci program in 1998, when it just started in Lithuania, just in Lithuania. So you see that Erasmus Plus, it is just since 2000, I think, 14. Yes. So Erasmus Plus, maybe I know. Now we are building a new program for 2028, and I'm not sure if we won't be, for example, Erasmus Plus Plus. Are there any ideas how we can call this program? Maybe we should keep it like Erasmus. No.
Erasmus Square.
If there be any, questionnaire for the ideas how to call new program period, so yeah, please include your ideas. But highly likely it will be Erasmus Plus, because it is very well known, so we don't want to change it anymore. Okay, let's move on. Also, I just wanted to mention you horizontal priorities of Erasmus Plus program, just to keep you updated on what is Erasmus Plus program built, and also it would be nice if you could organize your events based on such priorities as well. I know that you are doing that as well, but still I really want to keep you updated with those priorities. So inclusion and diversity, so you have social Erasmus program, projects, social Erasmus is a project, but you have events of social Erasmus. So please pay attention, and Erasmus and ESN was always about inclusion, so please keep with that. And also for those who are still planning to go on Erasmus, please keep in mind that there are some groups of students who can get additional support from Erasmus. So please ask your IRO, and maybe you can be included in that group and you can get additional support for your mobility. Also, there is a second horizontal priority, environment and fight against climate change. So it is about many things, but if we're speaking about the participation in Erasmus+, so there is also a possibility to get an additional support for your travel on your Erasmus. So if you are traveling in such called green way, if you choose, for example, bus or carpooling, you can get additional support as well. The third one is digital transformation. It is more affecting higher education institutions because like when I was in Erasmus, we used to submit many documents, many papers, and we had to sign and we had to scan it and so on. You probably don't do that anymore. But thanks to Erasmus+, universities are becoming more and more digital, so all the documentation should happen online and in a digital way. And the last one is participation in democratic life, common values and civic engagement. So what I want to ask you, it is really important to inform, to let students, incoming students, know the European Union values. So we want to ask you also to include short presentation or some kind of workshop, what does it mean, what kind of values there are, and so on and so forth. You can collaborate with your IOs as well. And about trends a little, I wanted to ask you top destination, but it somehow appears on the slide. So probably you don't know, but we have our own webpage, erasmusplus.lt. Almost all information is in Lithuanian because it should be like that. Maybe in the future we will include an information in English language as well. But there is a tab with the statistics, so you can always be updated what are the top countries for Erasmus+, for incoming, outgoing mobility, for students, for staff, and so on and so forth. We really invite you to use such statistics, maybe for some kind of Kahoots, quiz games, and so on and so forth. So as you see, top destinations from Lithuania, Spain, Latvia, Italy, Poland, and Portugal, but any other interesting trends you can also find on our webpage, so we invite you to use that. Okay, and shortly about cooperation possibilities between ESN and national agency. So first of all, thank you for Julia. She invited the national agency to participate in the National Assembly, and we are really thankful. And we hope that it won't finish with my presentation, and we will continue our collaboration. So our suggestions, the first suggestions are just to exchange, please click, just to exchange different results we have. For example, ESN has ESN survey, so we would really thankful if you could inform us when the survey starts, what are the results, how can we help you, maybe we can share as well somehow. Also, if there are any other research possibilities that are thought and conducted by ESN, we would like to know as well. And if we can participate somehow or help, we also would like to know about that. Also, we would like ESN to participate in our events. We are already participating in your events, but I think it would be really beneficial for you to have a platform to meet higher education institution representatives and have some kind of dialogue about the how everything is happening in different sections and so on and so forth. So I think from our side we could at least give you such platform for discussions. What else? So also we encourage ESN to make use of the higher education mobility statistics which I mentioned. So you can even check for your own if you're interested about some kind of data we have. And we hope for active involvement of ESN Lithuania in the preparatory work for designing the new program. So now we are, actually last year we already started to build a new period of Erasmus Plus program. So in case there be any questionnaire or any other thing related with new program period, we would like to have your voice, because now we can still somehow decide what would be the future of Erasmus Plus. So that short ideas which we had, and hopefully we will just simply communicate and see each other in different events. And personally from me, I really wish you to have a good cooperation and collaboration with your international relations offices, because national agency cannot really support ESN Lithuania directly, financially, but we support higher education institutions, and you are sections of higher education institutions, so probably you can benefit from them. So if you are not in a good relationship or you didn't start it, so I think after this National Assembly you should do that, and if you're collaborating, so please continue doing that. And from as a former ESN alumni, thank you for building ESN, for keeping it as it is, because it is really important to have such organization in the world in general. So if you sometimes feel demotivated and you're tired, after 10 years you will remember such days as the best days of your life. Yes.
Thank you so much. Your presentation was lovely, and of course you also made the city happy. You were very on time, so thank you so much. So we already have some questions for you. I know I'm the first one, so you don't need to run. Okay. Ilza Oyeda, ESN Latvia. So I mentioned earlier that this year the Baltics, ESN Baltics, has signed an agreement to establish a cooperation and keep working together for the students. I was wondering if you had any cooperation between the Baltics yourself, whether with the NAs or other institutions, and if so, could you tell us about that? Thank you.
As an ESN, right?
No, it's national agency.
National agency. I don't know if I will cover your question, but as a national agency, we always meet with our colleagues with ESN Latvia, with NA Latvia and NA Estonia, so we definitely keep in touch. But looking at the past, I know that the collaboration between Baltics and ESN and national agencies was like, you know, those mountains up and down. But now I think that, I don't know from what to start. So if we're speaking about ESN and NA, so I remember that 10 years ago ESN Lithuania was even a part of the selection committee. Now it is not so, but we're just re-establishing our cooperation. I don't know, maybe I should add something else.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But, you know, everything depends on people. In ESN, in national agency, so if there are more active people, if they want to keep cooperation, they will keep it. But I think that today's National Assembly should be that a starting point that we should keep the cooperation.
Thank you so much. The next question goes to Mohammed, and then for the futures, just
okay.
here.
Mohammed here from ESN. So I've noticed the program is quite expensive, so thanks a lot for all the work that you guys do. However, I do see there is a lack of options when it comes to Asian and Middle East countries. Have you tried to initiate any plans there? If so, is there any plans? If not, what are the obstacles that you face?
Middle East and Asia. So there is a huge competition for higher education institutions in Lithuania to get grants for scholarships in Asia. Because, for example, just as talking about the numbers, we had only 200,000 euros for cooperation with Asia, and our universities were asking for 3 million euros. So competition is really huge, and I do not see any options that we will get more money for cooperation and so on, but we can look for different other options, for example, maybe some kind of national programs and so on. And speaking about the Middle East, I don't know which part of Middle East you have in mind, because in Erasmus it's a bit different. We have one region with Israel, Jordan, and so on, which is okay, but another region with Iraq, Iran, Oman, such countries, we don't have any collaboration now. From Lithuania. Yeah, but there are some other options for higher education institutions, and I think they use them, but talking about Erasmus, not yet.
I think it's mostly what I thought about probably the Gulf countries, specifically UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. I think those three options would be quite great if they would become available, but then again, we'll just see. Thank you.
Yeah, we had 3 calls for Middle East, let's say region, we call it Middle East, but we did not get any application from higher education institutions in Lithuania, unfortunately. Yes. Maybe you can push your universities.
Before we continue with the questions, I would like to remind that if you would like to make a reaction after an answer, please raise 2 fingers. Next, Sasha.
Yes, Sasha, yes, and Tallinn, you mentioned you have events and ESN Lithuania's members to come. Are they only in Lithuania or somewhere in English as well?
Now we have only in Lithuanian, because all representatives of higher education institutions, they do speak in Lithuanian languages, and we did not have any need to change the language of the event yet. But if you would like to represent it in English, so it won't be a problem, because all of them understand.
Mariana?
Hello, John ESN. So you mentioned about the new program creation during the period of Erasmus Plus, and how ESN sections can get informed about it, so we can make our own suggestions how we intend to make such a collaboration that we already have in mind.
So, as I've mentioned already, from last year we started to build a new program period and how you can be informed. So, of course, first of all from your higher education institutions, and just recently we had a huge questionnaire for former participants of Erasmus Plus, for anyone who is involved with Erasmus somehow. And from Lithuania we received really just not many responses, just because higher education institutions did not promote it enough, as we think. And I think that now, as we have a direct contact with Julia, in the future, if we see that somehow we can ask you to make an impact on Erasmus Plus, we will definitely share any questionnaire or anything we will have. But yeah, you should communicate with your IROS.
I would like to add a comment from ESN side, if that's okay. Ilza Oyer, ESN Latvia. ESN International works really hard to be in collaboration so that they could give their consultations about the next program and other important things for Erasmus+. So a lot of the things on the big scale are managed by ESN International, and that information should get down to you as sections. Those sections should be consulted as well. So you have both the option through ESN and also the national agency.
So everything is about communication, I would say.
So Ruchi, the next question will be rejected as you did not include your section, so please write it again. Julia, ESN Lithuania.
I can just speak loudly, but I don't know, it's not
How you, what?
I didn't read my section in the question. But it's not showing.
Okay. For this I will allow it, but then for the next question I will please try to reset the app or something so we can have the section.
Okay, thank you. So my question was regarding the master's degree program in Lithuania, because I've seen that there are countries like Japan, Armenia, and I've rarely seen any people from Japan and Armenia pursuing master's degree in Lithuania. So I just want to know what is the criteria, how you choose the countries so that you can provide them with master's degree scholarship programs.
Yeah. So such scholarships, they exist. So we have scholarships for master degree programs in Lithuania. And how do we choose countries? Actually, as a national agency, we cannot really choose. The Ministry of Education every year informs us which country should be included in the call. So it depends on the Ministry of Education.
Julia?
Okay, Julia. Okay, Julia is Hungarian, so all about our collaboration you mentioned between the national agency, ESN and the sections, and about the impact we can create all together. How would you imagine this work? You know, would it be some kind of working groups, the calls, the meetings? Like, how do you see it basically, our work together in sections?
I think that first of all we need to start communication with the national board first of all, and then later on we can decide what can we do together. Because I'm just a project manager, but we have a deputy director who is responsible mainly for all the decisions. So first of all, I think we should continue exchanging emails and informing each other what is going on. And maybe later on, the second step would be we have an event for higher education institutions for IROs mainly in the end of September. So maybe we could invite someone from ESN Lithuania to be there and to tell us the status quo, what it is happening in ESN Lithuania and in the sections. Because as a national agency, we visit different higher education institutions, and we have a questionnaire which includes a question about ESN. So we always ask, do you collaborate with ESN or not? And we see there is a huge gap that some sections do not communicate with IROs, and IROs doesn't know what is happening in the section. So maybe we could foster somehow our forces and do an impact together and help to keep all together with the same information. So yeah, first of all, I think we should just start exchanging the information, and all together we need to know what is happening in general, and yeah, participation in the events. Maybe as a national agency, if you see any ideas, we can visit your sections or not. So we need to think about that, because we need to know what you need, and only then we can decide what we can do together.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who is currently writing a question? If not, I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No objections, the speakers list is closed, and I invite Julia.
Okay, I wanted to thank from all of us to coming here, and thank you for making us nice having you.
One last word, if you want to know more about how was everything in ESN 10 years ago, you can ask me. I will be there till the lunch break.
Okay, so we have made it through the first part of the plenaries. How are you all feeling? Woo! Amazing. I hope you are enjoying yourselves, but now it is time for a coffee break. So you have half an hour, and please be back at 12:45 on time so we can continue with the candidacies. Thank you.
use offline.
Since when did you apply for green? Since last year? Yes, I haven't seen it in a while.
and very low IT engagement. To be very honest, I don't even know what our IT manager does in this section, unfortunately. And fragmented communication collaboration tools. For now, I only know that we are using Facebook and WhatsApp groups to disseminate information, and insufficient documentation and onboarding support, because I've always faced this challenge that we don't have, well, knowledge transfer in local sections. I'm not quite sure about ESN Lithuania, but in local sections we do have this challenge. So that is one challenge that can be solved if we put in place standardized practices where all the sections can put their knowledge transfers, because I believe what a president does in MRU Wellness also does in Wellness Tech. And legalization process can also be streamlined and made easier if we have standardized processes. Action plan that I've developed for the mandate, if I am chosen as the IT manager, is to develop a national IT toolkit where we can have all the standardized processes that I've mentioned like 100 times already. So sorry that I'm a bit nervous. And to finalize and deploy the Satellite 4 website template, I've got to know that we need to collaborate with ESN Internationals and some other national ESNs. But yes, I'm very open to it, and it will be my main goal to deploy the Satellite 4 website and to strengthen local IT engagement and onboarding for sure. And maybe we could think of another communication channel instead of WhatsApp, because we have had scenarios where people just stop responding. And establish a basic monitoring and maintenance protocol. Well, I know that it will require a lot of collaboration with ESN International, because IT services are not free, unfortunately. Or maybe we can find something open source. Why me? Well, two very normal things about me: that I deeply understand the values of ESN, and I have extensive technical experience. Thank you for listening, and maybe I would like to show you a very little demo. It's not really just a prototype, but more than a prototype of what I was trying to create for our Wild Wild Fest, which unfortunately got cancelled, but we can still implement it all over ESN, not just in Lithuania. So I will share my screen again, sorry. Yes. Okay, all these numbers are fake, so please don't question me on that. Okay, so event reservation system. So here we have two types of users: the Erasmus students and the admins, which are the local boards, national boards, international boards. So the user can browse events. For example, NA58, we have spot type, which is actually optional, but here I didn't add the optional one. For example, full name. Okay, I will just use my name, my email. And reserve. So when I reserve this, I have two options. I can view my reservations, or I can browse more events. So when I click view my reservations, I would just need to type in my email, and the user doesn't even need to create an account to see the reservations or make a reservation. So in here I have reservations: international dinner, Wild Wild Fest, blah 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 blah, all these. And then we can talk about the admin view. For admin login, example, I can log in with my vice president email. So I log in, and in here I can create a new event. I can add spots to the events, and here, the main thing, important part. I can, for example, we have events where we are collecting cash from students, or even we are collecting online payments. So we can definitely integrate an online payment method. But if we are collecting cash, so if a student comes, pays, we can just mark it as mark paid, confirm. But for now, I will mark mine as paid, confirm, and then we can issue like a pass. Send pass via email, and then I will receive a pass on my email, which we can check during entrances. Okay, done. And in here, we can create a new event. It is quite user-friendly. For now, this is not the final version because it's very black and white. All these figures are wrong, not connected to a database, and not even hosted. But this is what I wanted to show, and this is one of the things as part of my plan when we will have Satellite 4 back up. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for your candidacy. And now you have 10 minutes for question rounds from the audience.
Who wants the mic?
Is anybody currently typing a question? Or is it? First question to Aslan.
So, Aslan National, my question is that the program that you just displayed is very interesting. I love it, but was it like created by you, or was it taken as an example from somewhere? And how soon do you think we could implement it theoretically?
Okay, so the program that I've created was created by me and with the help of Versal AI, and it was created in 1 day. Yeah.
So the next question is to Yulia.
Okay, Yulia is Lithuania. So first of all, thank you for your candidacy. It was a very pleasant surprise for the board, I'll be honest. And yeah, so basically, as you know, we have some of the board members have their own communities, as president's community, communication community, treasurers as well. So do you have any kind of vision, maybe ideas? What would you like to see for IT community basically, and how would you implement it mainly? So yeah, thank you.
So as of now, I haven't seen IT community, or maybe because I'm not part of it, that's why I don't know about it. But yes, I plan to engage all the IT coordinators from all the sections and actually try and implement their own websites on the Satellite 4 template that we have.
Next question to Ugna.
Hi, Suruchi. So my question, Ugna ESN, Lithuania National Board. So my question is, did you have a call with Gabriels regarding your candidacy?
No, I did not.
Next question, Agla.
Agla ESN Video. I just wanted to ask if you have, if you plan to continue any of the work that Gabriels has previously done, or do you plan to do something new and not something that has already been in action plans?
What I've understood after having conversations with our local IT coordinator, yes, definitely I will need to continue the work that Gabrielius has been working on, because they are definitely standard procedures, and as Lan mentioned today, taking care of the emails, making sure they don't crash. So definitely I'll have to work on the existing processes. But yes, I would like to introduce some new processes as well. And as I've heard about Satellite 4, that it was going to be implemented a year ago when we had all the templates from Goda, so I plan to implement it the first chance I get.
Before we continue the question round, I would like to ask if there's anybody else currently writing a question. Okay. Then in that case, next question goes to Simon.
I'm a ESN analyst, Simon. I was wondering, would this work for all types of events, no matter how small? Like, for example, a casual pub crawl or something like that, that is from 2 years, 1 year?
Yes, indeed, because for now we are using Google Forms, for example, to monitor the registrations, but we can use the website instead. It will act as one place to register, and even for the user, also for the person who is approving, marking it as paid. So yeah, for all kind of events.
Thank you so much. I would once again like to ask, is there anybody else currently writing a question? If not, I would like to propose to close the speakers list after all the questions that are currently inputted. Is there any objections? No objections, the speakers list is closed. Alex, you can continue.
Alex from ESN Latvia, you mentioned about national IT tools, and I want to ask which types of these tools you want to include in this toolkit. Maybe you can say the names of these tools as well.
For national IT tools, unfortunately, currently I'm not aware what kind of tools are already existing in ESN Lithuania or ESN as a whole. But the tools that I would like to include in the national IT toolkit, one would be a communication channel, a collaboration tool that I can think on the top of my head right now, and other is a documentation tool where we can store all our documents moving from Google Cloud.
Okay, you have the next question.
Hello, Leah from ESN. So as you showed us a system for events, a dashboard, database, everything where people can book and you can add your events, do you plan on implementing any such system? It could be way smaller, it doesn't have to be that complicated or anything, for volunteer recruitment or task assignment where volunteers can log in and they can indicate their availability throughout the month or week or whatever, and then the admin can log in and assign tasks to the volunteers so that you don't have to go through all the hassle and everything.
Thank you.
Something like that?
That actually is a very great idea, and I haven't thought of it. But yes, I can definitely integrate a feature to this existing platform, and it can act as one place for all the volunteering and events. Thank you.
Ugna?
Ugna is a national board, so how are you familiar with PTIX? So for those who don't know, PTIX is the platform that ESN Lithuania and the legal sessions of ESN Lithuania uses for any events. So for ESN Lithuania, it would be a state camp and welcome parties. So how are you familiar with that?
Okay, thank you, Ugne. I haven't heard of Pretix before, but I just have a question to you. Do we pay a subscription fee to use this platform?
No. Yes. No. There is a
No. Comment?
Okay. Basically, they take a bit from the tickets, like a commission fee from every single ticket that we sell, but that would be it. That's the whole thing.
There's a comment from Alex.
Okay.
Name and section.
Alex, yes, in Latvia. Yes, in Riga are using Pretix, and for the Pretix we pay nothing because it is open source program, and we pay for the transaction, for the Stripe or PayPal, as well. We are paying for the mailing system because since 1 year ago we used Gmail to send emails, but now we're using the other platforms which help to send email because Google don't allow us to do it. Spam. It's my comment.
Okay, thank you. That's new information to me. But if it is open source, then I think we can continue using it because switching to new platforms is always a hassle. But if some people think that we are paying a subscription, then developing our own with collaboration with other sections can be a great idea.
And last question to Yulia.
Thank you. So, Yulia, in Lithuania, you mentioned going from WhatsApp usage to some other platforms, so when people tend to disappear. So, in my experience, a person wants to disappear, a person disappears, kind of. So, I'm just curious, what were your ideas maybe, and what platforms you have in mind, because also, in Lithuania, it's international uses Slack, so was this the one platform, or maybe there's something else you have in mind? Thank you.
Yeah, I had Slack in my mind, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, rounds of applause for Sushi for her candidacy. And now we would like to invite Aslan for his candidacy as Partnerships Manager.
Okay, so
Just a second. He does the thing.
So my name is Aslan. I see a lot of new faces around here, so I'm gonna introduce myself. I'm the current partnerships coordinator for ESN Lithuania. I'm 22 years old. I know I look older. I'm finishing my 5th year of medicine, so I'm gonna go into 6th year of internship. I will skip that. I speak 4 languages. I've been in ESN for 3.5 years, so if I start telling you my history, I will not finish it in 5 minutes. I guess we can go to the next slide. So the question is the big question is, what did I do during my time as partnership coordinator? As you can see, it was easier to put the logos than the dates of the companies that there are. And in total, we went from 2 companies to 12. So that's a 400% increase for the people who like maths. So I'm just going to briefly go through them. We have Coco Loco. It's a chocolate company. They make Dubai chocolate. I'm from Dubai. Makes sense. And then we have Formosa Bubble Tea. Everyone loves bubble tea. GG Arena. Barbershops. We have restaurants, baking mat. DP60 is an escape room. Hitra is a garage for your car. So if you have a car, you can get 20% discount. Now imagine how big 20% discount is when you're changing your tires, you're changing your oil and stuff. And then we have buy sushi and pizza. We have an entertainment zone which has laser tag, trampoline park, and we have Bachata Fever, which is one of my favorites because I love to dance. And so just to give you a brief descriptions, we have between 20% to 50% off. And all the details, there are a few companies which haven't been uploaded yet because I just signed the contract this Friday. So all the remaining companies have been uploaded on the ESN card website. It's accessible to everyone. You can see all the description, the discounts, dates, and You can proceed, yeah. So what did I do this year? A lot. It was a very tiring year. And I guess you can just read and then we can move to the next slide. So the big question, what is the plan for the next mandate? So first of all, I'm thinking about diversifying more. This is already a very diverse amount of companies, so maybe diversifying it a bit more, getting different kinds, maybe more restaurants, maybe unofficially more clubs and stuff like that. The problem is that there needs to be cooperation from the sections, because personally with the sections I'm trying my best. I'm creating Google Forms, I'm giving guys, like, if you want the company you can upload it and I will reach out to it. So I would really love a lot more collaboration from the sections. And then another thing that I was thinking is engaging ESN alumni, because I recently met with randomly in a bar, and that dude has a restaurant, and I was like, okay, so the alumni factor is a big thing, and since they're already in ESN, it's going to be way easier with bigger discounts for everyone. And okay, the third point, establishing a partnership team, because I'm going to be brutally honest, managing 12 companies is really hard right now, because I kind of feel like I overachieved it, because 6 would have been easier to manage, but with 12, it's getting a bit tricky. So that's why getting a partnership team with 2 people in Vilnius and 2 people in Kaunas helping me out. And basically these same people, I will be also training them to take over for me next year. And as I said, guaranteed partnerships. And of course, all the things that all the companies I approach, I make sure they're ethical and they are following all the ESN guidelines, basically, And I guess we can go next. That is the end, I think. Yes, and go to the next slide. And if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Aslan, for your presentation. And now we will have questions, and again, there's 10 minutes to ask. So the first question will be Sasha.
Yeah, so since we established the Baltics agreement recently, we plan to collaborate anyhow with the partnership managers from Estonia and Latvia, because I heard that the main reason or the big reason for making it was joint partnerships that target something bigger.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So this is very uncomfortable, but yeah. Basically, the idea was that first I was focusing more on Lithuania because we did not really have that many partners. So now that I have achieved 10 plus partners for Lithuania, now we can go for Baltics, and I've been thinking about it, like companies like you have Lemon Gym and stuff, because a lot of people probably love going to the gym, so discounts for that. And Lemon Gym is, I believe, also in Latvia. I'm not sure about Estonia, Mark, if there is, but yeah. So yeah, just companies which are in the Baltics. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to doing it.
Caffeine.
Oh yeah, caffeine too. Caffeine is a bit tricky. They are very independent, but yeah.
Next question is Leia. I ask to please raise your hand before the question starts so the mic can get to you on time.
Yeah, ESN University. So as you said, that you will have internship on your sixth year. How do you plan to effectively manage your responsibilities as partnerships coordinator?
Well, the thing is that how internships work is you have a minimum number of hours that you need to work, and how I'm planning to do it, how I have already scheduled it, is I'm going to do 2 24-hour shifts in the hospital a week, and that leaves me with 5 days off. Yeah, so that's basically kind of it. So it doesn't really affect me. Honestly, personally, it's getting easier because I don't have exams, I don't have studies, I just have to go to the hospital, so it's much easier.
Before we continue with the rest of the questions, is there anybody else? There is somebody else. Mukira, you're next.
Hi, so you're the partnership coordinator, so of course your role requires for you to communicate with local businesses, people, and everything. Do you think there's a language barrier? And if there is, how do you overcome it?
I would say for some people, yes, there might be a language barrier because when I think for some companies, for example, when I went to the mechanic shop, I thought my Lithuanian skills were pretty good, and then the dude only spoke Russian. So it is very confusing sometimes, but Google Translate in this age of technology does wonders. You can have but most of the companies I have dealt with, they always have like another person who speaks English. So till now, I have not had a problem with any language barrier, I would say.
I would once again like to ask, is there anybody currently typing a question? Okay. Please now keep all of your questions concise and also your answers, as we are quite limited on time. So therefore, Irem, you're next.
Irem, it's my business. So you mentioned that working? Okay. You mentioned that we went from 2 to 12 partners, but only listed 10. And one of those was actually an ex-partner. I also checked our Instagram account and quickly counted at least 6 partners from 6 years alone. 6 partners from last year alone. Could you clarify where your numbers came from? They seem a bit off or misleading.
Yeah, so basically we have 2 partners. So the ones listed are 10. The other 2 are Shed. Actually, there's Shed, there's Telia, and then there's Time Travels too. These 3, so 13 in total, and they're actually managed by Ugne. They're not really my responsibility, so it's all Ugne's job. And yeah, and so which was the one that is not our partner?
All the 6 that I counted didn't include Time Travels or Telia. So they were Carblondas. There was Formosa from last year.
Eurocenter.
I can quickly
Did you go to the ESN card website where our actual partners are listed?
ESN Lithuanians.
Yeah.
Partners from last year's partnership coordinator board.
Well,
Cyberspace, I can count more.
There are a lot of them, but they're deactivated. The only active ones you can find on ESN card website under national discounts.
I mean, my question is about how, I'm clarifying, my question is about your numbers being misleading, that you had a 400% increase, even though we also had 6 partners last year, so it's not that we have 2 partners, and if we also count Telia and Time Travels, then it's 8 partners last year.
I am talking about the partners that I have got. I don't know if you're trying because me and Ugne, we manage different partners, and a lot of them are on Instagram because they have been posted, but they are not active. The only active partners can be found on ESN card website. 6 are listed. The remaining 4, the contracts were finalized this Friday. Since there was NA happening the next day, I did not have time to upload them. But yeah, because the partners that are listed on Instagram, they may be old. Only the active ones can be found on ESN card website.
Please, I'd like to propose to close the speakers list as we have a lot of questions and really limited time. So I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? No, the speakers list is closed. Once again, please keep your questions short and please keep your answers short as we are limited for time. If you would like to have a larger discussion about something that is raised, please do it during the lunch breaks. Therefore, the next question is to Laura.
Hello, so Laura ESN ISM. First of all, congratulations on a great job done this year. And my question would be, what's the expansion in terms of partnerships planned for the next mandate? If you are selected, so to be precise, like, do you have any goal in mind on that numeric value? How many partnerships you would like to get?
I would say around 20 national discounts in total. That is one of my goals. The second is partners which are international. So as she mentioned, Baltic collaboration. Some of them could be Lemon Gym, and then locally just some nice restaurants like Grill London, honestly. Like I go to Grill London a lot, so why not? And also establishing a partnership team, because managing the current partners are a bit tricky. When it gets to 20, it's going to be even more tricky. So, because imagine you have to meet with every partner physically and deal with them. So, and they're located in Kaunas and Vilnius, so it's just me going from Kaunas to Vilnius to Kaunas to Vilnius. So it's, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Next question goes to Irene.
Yes, I'm Maria Witness. Would you say that the amount of value you have taken from being an ESN Lithuania's board matches the amount of value you have provided to our organization?
First of all, to correct the statement, I am not in the board. I am a coordinator. So what I have, like according to my coordinator responsibilities, I would say I have well exceeded them to my expense and time. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Thank you.
Next question to Mukhira.
It's pretty basic one.
Name and section.
Mukhira, ESN review. What's your own Lithuanian level, like language? And would you require your volunteers to speak, your team members to speak Lithuanian? Is it necessary? Do you think it's necessary to be a part of this team, or is it okay if they only speak English?
So officially I have A2, but it's a bit weird because they kind of teach us this thing called medical Lithuanian. So if you ask me how the weather is, I don't know. But if you tell me that you have cancer, I can tell you that. So it is a bit tricky. And other than that, no, it's not a requirement to know Lithuanian. Of course, it would be better as it would be easier to deal with clients. But I would say majority of the companies like all these companies, there have always been someone who speaks English. So I wouldn't say it's that big of a barrier. Yeah.
Next question to Laura.
Hello, Laura ESN. So great response previously that you are planning to establish this partnerships team in both cities. However, I didn't properly get how are you planning to do so? Would you I would like to have one person per section which would collaborate with you, or how else you imagine to establish this partnerships team?
Okay, I would say the ideal dream would be having one partnership position in every section. Because I know majority of the sections have a partnership coordinator position, but when was the last time it was filled? So, and you're going to other countries, you have hundreds of national discounts. We need to increase that now. And how it's going to work is that I'm going to do an open call via email. It's going to be most likely a Google Form sign-up link. And through that, we can establish it. It could be hopefully it's one person from one section, but if more people want to sign up, I'll be happy. As many people sign up, I'll be happier. So.
Thank you. The next question from Aaron was rejected as it is accusatory tone. So in that case, we move on to Julia. Sorry?
First of all, thank you for your candidacy. I know how hard it can be to go for the second year, so I'm very happy to see you. And yeah, my question is, you're talking about implementing this kind of support structure, so do you see it as a separate position for people who are already in the sections, or do you want to make it part of this Lithuania partnership support structure, as you know, already partnerships, your position is a support structure for a treasurer, so would you like to make a support structure for the support structure? Like, how do you see it made, basically?
Well, when I started this, I just thought that it would be a support position, but surprisingly how big it is slowly growing, it would be nice for it to be a separate one. But of course, I'm working with you and Ugne, so I like our vibe, it's kind of working, and underneath, basically, we have people, so I just want to create a team, and not necessarily just a national level team. As I said, the idea is for sections to have their own partnerships managers, the people who can go on their own to companies, approach it, and just get it for the sections. So trying to be a bit independent and help us.
Thank you. Next question to Mariana.
So hello, Mariana ESN. If you're hiring teammates to help you with partnership, what kind of responsibilities would you like them to take over, like briefly? What do they have to expect?
Yeah. Well, first of all, just having people in 2 cities is gonna make my life very easy because I won't have to travel back and forth. So, for example, if there is a partner's checkup that I do, like, oh, can you go and check with this partner, how is he doing, and if everything is okay. It's usually like a 15 to 20 minute conversation, but for that I have to travel all the way to Congress. So to prevent that from happening, it would be easy to have people. And also, the more people there are, the more ideas, the more brainstorming, the bigger our reach. So the team can always be like, hey, I found this partner, or we can try to get him on board. So just like that, expanding basically.
And the last question goes to Ilya.
Hi, Ilya from ESN to you. Have you already thought about any ideas for companies with who you want to collaborate first with, any new companies?
I would say, of course, there are like restaurants and stuff. As I said, I'm probably going to approach Grill London next, and then Julia has been bugging me about CopyPro, so I guess that's gonna go next. And also CopyPro is in other Baltic countries too, so it's gonna be useful. And other than that, I feel like for entertainment, since I was an events manager before, people have been facing problems with venues, so maybe getting better venues, and we don't really have to go to +++ anymore, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aslan, for your candidacy. A big round of applause for him. Now I would like to invite the National Board to give their action plan updates.
Perfect. So thank you so much. Now we present what we have done during our mandate, and we start from me as a president and going to the next slide. Basically, I attended 91 call. It includes all the international calls, all our national level calls, president community calls, and etc. Key accomplishments, so relationships with the Lithuania Youth Council. We were representing ESN Lithuania at their
national assemblies as well, talking about maybe some agreements and future plans together. Then ESN Baltics agreement signed and already implemented, so it includes ESN Latvia and ESN Estonia. We attend each other's NAs. We think how we can do some collaborations for the future, some events, some training events as well, and how we can strengthen our community. And strengthening presence community as well, creating ESN Lithuania community and supporting sections. So basically, my this year focus was more not about external representation, but more working internally with the sections, maybe creating some guides, some help, and etc. So I'm really happy that this year we have VP who will be working mainly on this, but this year it's was part of my responsibilities. And suggestions for the future, so engaging with the alumni community, I think everyone mentioned that, because we definitely see that wisdom of the past can really help us for the future. And do high push on the education field as well, because this year, we can do better, I can say that for sure. And applications for the projects, grants, and collaborations with other NOs, I feel that we can do a lot of great things together, and also using the right funding, it can save all of us and give a lot of big opportunities. So thank you.
Okay, moving on to the treasurer. So, go to the next slide. So I attended 84 calls, so that is like OC calls, business and finance community calls, EGM calls, NOS calls, and NEP calls, Baltic calls, like national level calls. So yeah. So key accomplishments: ending the mandate without any huge losses in the financial area. I would say like that is the most crucial here, as we had a hard year this basically mandate. And a lot of new partners, plus revised version of the cooperation contract template, because before this mandate we only had the Lithuanian version, so we finally have combined the English and Lithuanian version in one file. So yeah. Suggestions for the future: more research has to be done regarding the grants, because obviously we cannot just survive from our partners' money, but also we have to look into like any opportunity that we have to fund our NAs and our training events, and also have a calendar by July 1st with all needed deadlines for this year. So basically what happened when I was elected in September, that all the deadlines that were supposed to be on time got pushed by 3 months, and it was really hard to work on them. So I'm hoping that won't be the case since I'm elected for the next year, and everything then will be smooth, and and everyone would know about when we're supposed to like send the budgets and stuff like that and have calls. So yeah. And this is space for the photo from Treasury's meeting. However, it was not developed yet because it's on the film. So yeah, thank you.
So since Gabe isn't here, I'll be reading for IT manager. And he attended 46 calls, which is mostly national level, national board, IT community, one-on-ones, Northern European platforms, NOs, etc., EGMs. And some of the key accomplishments were the rollout of Satellite 5 with a lot of testing done and bug reports, and transition from ESN Lithuania to org to ESN.lt. I don't know how many of you have noticed, but like the change in the thing, and it is now complete. And suggestions for the future is, I guess this is for Sorici, is anticipate the unexpected. Free services may not stay free. Consider potential cuts from platforms like Slack, Canva, Google Workspace, and Microsoft Azure, and continue addressing the needs of our network with open source software, ensuring that greater control and resilience. And as you can see, the action plan for Gabriel was completed 100% that he planned. Okay. And yeah, and this basically shows the carbon footprint for the Google Workspace, location-based. So just to get you an idea, and
because we can move. Change the slide.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. So now it's time for me to present what I've done for this whole past year. So, I attended definitely less calls than Ugne, but yeah, I still attended 41 calls, and as you can see, all of them they stemmed from just NL calls to specific events calls and all that. My key accomplishments throughout this whole mandate was updating the visual identity of ESN Lithuania. So as you can see, we are all very green and blue. We went from a very orange ESN Lithuania to a very, I don't want to say Nordic, but it's like Northern blue and green. Of course, one of the main implementations was creating merchandise. So I'm going to show the next slide. Basically, no, you can still stay. Basically, the main implementation is that I created specific designs just outside of creating merchandise for national level members. So tote bags and notebooks, you're going to see that later anyways. Actively updating social media platforms, so that's basically my main goal was to, as you saw in the action plan, basically to have at least 2 posts per event. Like for example, if we have a national event or an international event, we would have like specific posts, stories, but also posts. But basically that was my main goal, is that to actively, to keep social media active. And also I continued the Section Spotlight initiative because it was started by the previous communication manager, and I kind of made it, how should I say it, I tried to make it a constant monthly sort of thing. And then of course I created templates for local CMs, so for example like for time travel, so it wouldn't be such a hassle for CMs to create their own. Okay, next slide. So this is some fun, I guess, statistics right here. So as you can see, there were definitely quite a lot of interaction throughout this past year. This is on Instagram specifically. And of course, this is not factually correct, but we gained 941 followers on Instagram, on the national level, obviously. But of course, this is not accounting to the number that we've lost. But of course, as Instagram is not showing that, we can see that we technically gained 941 followers. And this is what the merchandise is going to look like. So as you can see, we're going to have tote bags and also notebooks. So that's what I have done. And now I would like to go with the suggestions for the future. Well, I am still staying as communication manager for this whole year. But obviously, I could suggest myself to engage more with local CMs to resume ESN LT initiatives. So for example, we kind of did not really start any initiative in regards to, well, it was previously called Choose Lithuania. So basically to promote Lithuania as a mobility destination for exchange. And of course, one thing is that I do not want to take huge tasks for myself and just, try to reinvent the wheel. So basically simplify specific tasks. So for example, even the merchandise. It took a lot to create. I would definitely do something that is more uniform and definitely less a hassle for me to kind of visually design. And of course, look for specific ways to book spots for calls, because lettuce meet is still very strange for one-on-one calls. That'll be it. Okay. Hello again. And we can start. So, I basically attended 36 calls, which were mostly OC calls, business finance community meeting calls, a lot of partner calls and stuff. And I would say, I should have updated it before I signed the contract on Friday, but yeah, ending the mandate with 9 should be 10. And I would say excellent number of discounts secured, way more than in my action plan. I was just planning to get 2 companies, so it's pretty good. And then suggestions for the next year, I would say more check-ins are needed, and this is why a team is needed, because it's very hard to focus on every partner equally, on every company equally. So, and need a better alternative to talk with the sections because no one is filling my Google form. So I don't know what to do. Like I'm still thinking some kind of alternative that you guys will help me out. We can actually collaborate. And, or maybe I will just find each and one of you and just grab you and be like, okay, tell me your companies. So, yeah. And, oh yes. So, social impact coordinator. As Katrina is not present, I'm going to be the one presenting it. So, Katrina attended 28 calls. Main accomplishments were figure out the plan for the safety team, implementation on the national and local levels. Also, closer cooperation with one school, possibly future Erasmus in Schools destination, and prospering collaboration between the local sections. The main suggestions for the future, as she won't be continuing her mandate, would be firstly to bring the local SI community together and only then start working on the planned projects. Then communicate with the international level more regarding the bigger projects, for example, like the safety team, obviously. Solve a problem with the QR codes for organizing the Erasmus in Schools and promoting healthier lifestyle. And change the slide. That would be it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, National Level, for your presentation. And now we have 20 minutes for the questions. And the first one is going to Aaron.
Oh, you.
Okay, yeah.
This is Margaret. This is Julia. Could you share any challenges you faced due to the absence of a vice president on the board, a role that's there to typically support the president?
Challenges were definitely part of this mandate, as mainly my focus became not as much as for president's role of external representation, as I mentioned before, and working with education or to our stakeholders, but it was more of helping the sections and being involved with their life. So it was more 50-60 doing VP job and 40-50 doing president's job. So for this mandate, I'm definitely hoping that I can focus on in my portfolio, as Ilva said, wise words on her and A, that engaging so much with sections, it's not a president's job, but it's vice president's job, and I'm really hoping that that will be my reality for the next mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next question goes to Saruchi.
Hi, my question is actually to Gabe, but since he's not here, I'll not present this part. It was mentioned, I'm just trying to receive clarification, because it was mentioned ESN.LT website is functional and it commenced from December 2023, but I just checked and it says website is under maintenance.
I think Ognai can answer. She's more technical than me.
Okay, so the answer would be that basically last year we got back our ESN.LT domain back, and it took a bit of time when everything like emails and our main domain switched to the ESNLT. So that was the job that was done. So switching from this the old domain to the new one that we got back last year.
The next question is to Leah.
Yeah, so this university is kind of a related question. It's just about the part where in the slides it was mentioned that if the manager reached 100% of tasks, like they were accomplished, but in the action plan it was written that the website will be launched. Of course it wasn't, so isn't it a bit misleading?
Well, sometimes things just don't go the plan they were supposed to be, because there's a lot of bugs from the ESN international side, not our side. So it's I would say a question for ESN International why they haven't fixed the bugs that they were supposed to fix like for a lot of years.
Comment from Leah?
Yeah, it's just, it's not about the part that is not launched, it's about the slides. It was written that he accomplished 100%, but it's not true.
I would say that ask Gabe directly.
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
say this question, like maybe he expected to fix this by
when we have the National Assembly. So direct your question to Gabe, please.
Is there anybody else who is currently writing a question? In that case, you are currently writing a question? Okay, then we will wait.
Why didn't you ask how we got to DNA?
How did you come to DNA? How was your trip to Kaunas?
It is amazing. The train ride was
Very
fast,
eco-friendly.
Yes. Very eco-friendly, exactly. Very green.
I took a trolley bus and then a train. So that would be it.
And also there's some discussion of what question should be written.
How did you find the Kahoot? Where did you place?
Sadly, I haven't had a chance to participate.
I didn't participate either.
Yeah, but Una did, so maybe.
No.
Because I thought that I'm going to be cheating, because since, time travels we know a lot about.
Our question from Leia has come. So comment about your experiences, buddy, for the sections. So you can.
Okay, so I have 3 buddy sections, so VMU, Business Tech, and Raul. I would say that the communication went smoothly with 2 sections. I will comment regarding that. I will comment regarding this in my other presentation. So regarding section performance update. So I would answer these questions later, I would say.
Okay, so I also have this year honor to have a body for 3 sections. So it's Vilnius University, Kaunas Technological University, and EHU. And so currently I can say that communication from the 2 sections was very smooth, so I'm very happy, and I see big improvements in the section, in the growth, and generally in the teamwork, which makes me very happy. And for the third party, we will hear more from Una's report. But again, you all can see all the performance and general data on the minimal section requirements, which are accessible to ESN Lithuania community. Thank you.
So I had 2 sections, which was ESN ISM and ESN LSU. And I can definitely say that communication with both these sections was pretty smooth. On LSU side, I was communicating only with the president. With ESN ISM, I was communicating with we had like a whole board group, and we communicated in regards to like specific either meetings and all that. And I am planning on attending your election. Yeah, so that's just pretty much how it is. But yeah, I mean, as it was mentioned before, I'm not going to repeat the same thing, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else who is currently typing a question? If not, I'd like to propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objections? Speakers list is closed. Thank you very much, National Boards. Before we have some announcements and go to lunch, I would like to raise a procedural. Given all the delays and technical things, we are somehow 20 minutes ahead of time, which is amazing. So therefore, I would like to propose, as the lunch is supposed to start at 2, that we first now in the 20 minutes do the group picture and then go to lunch. So you will not do the group picture after lunch. So therefore, I propose to change the agenda to do the group picture first and then lunch. Is there any objections? Therefore, the agenda will be changed as is, and we will be followed with the OC outside for the group picture. And now I pass to you for announcements. Wait. Announcements. So we do the group picture first and then go to lunch.
Yeah.
So, thank you. So, right after you have the photo, we're heading towards there. Like, you see our beautiful team, so just follow us. You will have to go to 3rd floor. We have 1 elevator which is working, but we've got plenty of folks here, so some of you will have to walk up the stairs. It's fine. And nobody has ever died from that. So go to room 329. We're gonna duplicate it in the announcements group, but still. And then we're gonna tell you what's your further path. So, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. So, before you all disappear, we go now for the group picture, then we do the lunch instructions as Kirill implied, and then we are coming back here at 3 to continue the agenda. Is everybody clear? Amazing. Thank you so much.